Issues, we now can turn on our microphones. So anyway, good morning, welcome to the 9 a.m. Monday, May 18th.
Just switch it off when you want to speak and switch it off when you...
Okay.
Okay, just shut everything off.
Okay, so yes, 9 a.m. Monday, May 18th meeting of the Aransas County Navigation District Commissioners. As we always do, let us stand, and we do have flags today. Thank you. Okay, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you very much. Yeah, this one does not work yet. Work in progress, work in progress. Oh, there he is. Okay, very good. Okay, as we always do, we'll go into our open session. Do we have any citizens here to be heard on an item that is not on our agenda? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to our open meeting. Number one, approve ACND minutes. I believe those are not prepared yet, so we will move on to item 2, approve ACND financial reports. Ms. Loney.
Okay, in front of you, you should have your packets, and for those of you who chose not to go have packets made, you should have received your packets on Friday morning. I'm assuming hopefully you reviewed them. If you have any questions, let us know.
Any commissioners, any questions?
Martin may have a question or two. They're kind of along the same lines that I would. You want to cover that, or?
Yeah, I was gonna cover on the boats and leases. We have quite a few that are overextended their lease payment. What are we doing about that?
We're working with those particular tenants.
What is, you want to describe the process that we use?
We've, what we have is, we've got leasehold documentation. So if they are not actually paying, and our staff are actually chasing up and making sure that they are paying. If they're not paying, we will go through an eviction process. And that's where we're at, is notifications have been sent out. We are looking at renewing all of our lease documentation as well, updating all of our lease documentation at the same time as MOLO. And once MOLO and our lease documentation goes live, we will actually start physically evicting people who are not paying.
There's one on the green sheet that says lease, that says parentheses L, 15,000. What is that?
That is a tenant that they are one of our tenants that we regularly have to.
So why is it just L?
How come it's not listed?
It's what we consider a lease. So that's the property side.
It's a what?
It's a lease.
A lease.
Listed.
The L, yes. So
Ah.
there's letters next to it. So that basically designates what type of lease it is.
There's no name. It's just L.
I don't know. I have to check that out. If it's just
Okay.
an L, that it probably could earn a report, error in the report.
I started a conversation with Adam this morning to try to come up with a better and more informative report format. The first question was, do we have them all due on the same date? And the answer is not quite 1 through 5, but in any event, I want to have you something within the next 10 days or so that will make a better reading report, certainly more informative.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, we're trying really hard to clean up that side of it. Already that the person and doing a fantastic job. Aida's doing a fantastic job on getting that all cleaned up. It's just going to take a little bit of time.
Okay, and Mr. Benedum, for you, we had a conversation some months back about foreclosure and charge-off procedures on documented vessels versus small boats. We need to be certain that we are sending the right letters for collection Because if you send the wrong one, you might have the Coast Guard breathing down your neck, and we don't
I
want
agree with that.
Other than that, I have no qualms. Talked to Ann a little bit this morning about maybe going quarterly actuals to budget, saving her some time and effort, if we can work something out. She's still converting things from QuickBooks to a report, which I think it's a shame she has to do that. So we're going to try to figure out it, even if it's to go to quarterly as opposed to monthly. We don't need to have an absolute every month report.
I think
on those
that's,
kind of items.
I agree with that completely.
So,
It's just, yeah, it's,
but I'll work that through you. I just had that one question. Does she have to create a report or QuickBooks do it? And just come up with
Well, we frequently have QuickBooks Online, and that's one of the things that we are looking at is what QuickBooks Online can do for us and what it can't. So that's the other aspect to it, is we working through QuickBooks, we're working through Modo, we're working through our systems, and we're giving them some kind of.
And it's a possibility that once we learn, since we just converted over to it, QuickBooks Online, is that it may do more that we just haven't discovered yet. We don't have to create reports to be informative.
But we've got to, we're working through QuickBooks Online. There's certain things that we haven't anticipated happening, so that's what we do. We slowly
Understood.
go through
yeah.
the load.
Well, I appreciate the extra effort that she puts into it. It's just, it really shouldn't require her to
No,
do that
I
much
agree with
effort.
you, and that's why we moved over
Okay.
to QuickBooks Online, and that's why Modo's going to come through.
With that being said, I would move approval of the financial reports that we have before us.
Very good. I will second that. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Abstain.
Abstain. Okay.
Mr. Abstain?
Mr. Moore is, Commissioner Moore has abstained. Okay, item 3, consideration and possible action moving forward with negotiations relating to a lease extension to ACND surface lease held property located on Fulton Beach Road, leased to Heron's Roost Homeowners Association. And that has my name and also Commissioner Wynn, because we have met with the homeowners, and I believe that the Homeowners Association has a representative here today. Would you please come? We now have a podium.
You're the
An actual podium, yes. And I think we have a microphone that works.
And
So,
turn it on if it's
Yeah.
not on, and be prepared to turn it off.
There we go. All right. Good morning. My name is Maureen Crocker. I'm here to represent the Heron's Roost Property Owners Association. And we very much appreciate the quick response that you and the staff have made to our request for lease negotiations. The developer set up the lease about 30 years ago. The homeowners association now has complete control of the property, so we're really looking forward to working with you, particularly because one of the things we're trying to do is establish that property as more of a native habitat. And we've worked with Charlie Belair and really see it as an extension of what the NAV district is trying to do on some of its other properties to protect the shoreline and water quality. And so we are hopeful we can get this done quickly and move forward with it.
okay, very good. And I believe, Mr. Benham, you have reviewed the lease documents, correct?
Yes, there are other recommended a couple of relatively minor changes when they go to renewal. And extend that lease for the maximum time you can, which I think is another 21 years, I think is what's left on that.
That would be great.
Up to the 50-year period.
Okay.
Okay.
I hope that between now and your next meeting, we will bring back a definitive document on that.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
So you think we're prepared to move, we could approve today moving forward with this, subject to those details, and it would be, what, a 20-year lease? 20-year extension to their lease?
I don't think there's any action actually necessary under part today. The lease is in place. The question is just extending it for the maximum time. There is one issue, I guess, and that is that lease, as is right now, I think will expire at the end of this month, that term. So I think the recommendation I would have is that you today
Correct, okay,
While we finish, bring it back to you
okay.
the finished document.
That makes sense. Anyone, we'll start at this end. Comments, questions?
No comment.
Comments or questions?
Oh, no, I'm fine with it. I'm just looking for somebody to make the motion.
Well, any comments or questions?
Okay.
I could tell them you had.
We're moving to extend their existing lease, and if lease is out and they're doing a lot of new things, why are we not doing a new lease for a total of 50 years into the future?
Because under the water code, you can only do a maximum of 50 years total, including extensions, renewals, whatever, without going out for bids.
Right?
And so they're already in a lease that uses up all but 21 years of that 50-year period.
Right?
So
But it's over.
No, it hasn't expired yet.
What? But it expires at the end of the month.
yeah, but you can't enter into a new lease with them right now that gives them another 50 years, because that would be in violation of the water code unless you want to go out for bids, and, that's certainly an expensive and difficult
Right.
process.
But in June, we could do a new lease when theirs is expired. Yes or no?
The most you will ever be able to give this particular lessee is 50 years.
Right?
No matter how you characterize it, you characterize it as an extension or a new lease, no matter what you call it, it's still going to be a lease to lease to this lessee for the same property. And the maximum you can do is 50 years without going out for bids. If you go out for bids, there's no limit on how long you can.
Okay. I have a question. How many years was this land leased to the developer? Does that count? Because I presume initially it was to the developer. Would it not become a new lease when it went to the homeowners?
Yes.
And that could go 50 years, an additional starting out.
At some point in this period, that transition was made, so, I mean, perhaps we could look at adding that into the,
Yeah.
Except I think all that happened was it was an assignment of the lease.
Oh,
It's still the same lease.
so you think it was an assignment?
Now, at that juncture, it could have been terminated and then create a new lease to the homeowner association. And that probably would start the clock over again. It wasn't done that way. They were dealing with the same lease.
Okay.
Madam Chairman, I have
It's not the sort of thing that probably will ever create a problem, but there's no reason
Who,
to create a possibility.
so we could legally give them a 20 or 21-year extension on their current lease, and state law may change again. Yeah. Who knows, the legislature meets next year.
And what I'm hearing from Maureen is that's adequate additional period for your current purposes.
yes.
So what we need now is a motion to give them a temporary extension for another 60 or 90 days.
Madam Chairman, I make the motion that we give them a 60-day extension from the end of this month to allow Mr. Bitter to come up with a definitive maturity date.
Okay, I will second that motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No? Good. Thank you very, very much, Ms. Croker. We appreciate it. We will try to wrap this up in some point in the near future. Okay, deliberate and possible action authorizing a drone show by Sky Elements Drone Shows in partnership with Wendell Family Fund for City of Rockport as part of the 250th anniversary celebration, which will take place on July 2nd, 2026. Ms. Loney.
Okay, they are looking to hold a pyrotechnic drone show. It's, as far as I can tell, it's 200 units on the 2nd of July, just before, so it's going to be the Thursday. The actual normal 4th of July fireworks show is going to be coming through on the
4th, which is going to be the Saturday.
Saturday.
Okay.
So there will be both shows.
There's two
Be
shows.
two shows.
Oh, good.
Yes. It's going to be, it looks like, it's going to be pretty interesting, an event. What they've said to us, it is to celebrate the 250-year celebration, and it's Rockport, City of Rockport initiative as well.
Okay.
You've got your details in your packet. You've got the flight plan, and it seems to, it's going to be an interesting one.
The photo that accompanies this looks very interesting.
I don't know exactly what design they've chosen or anything. I don't have those details, but if you go onto their website, they've got some really good.
So this is basically, all the setup and everything is basically the same as the fireworks show?
It looks like they need almost like a landing pad for these drones. There's going to be 200 of them. So we're going to be working with our team on the ground to make sure that they've got enough space, because we're going to have two shows basically working together. Now Charlie, who's the fireworks
Charlie
architect, he is also going to be working with this group. So they're gonna be sharing the space, and they're gonna get it organized, and we'll see how it goes.
That's in the circle.
Yes. Yeah.
So are we anticipating a large crowd for this also? So
I-
another day?
I don't anticipate a large crowd.
This only lasts, what, 10 minutes, I think?
I don't think it's going to be that long of a show. Do we have the capabilities to, and yes, we can. And we'll probably shut off that circle anyway the week before, which we normally do, to stop access while they actually prep the ground for the normal fireworks show.
Is that city gonna increase the funding? Are they gonna want more money because of this? They haven't heard
That's
anything
what I'm
about it?
thinking too.
They raise their own money, we don't have anything to do with that.
I know we don't, but we still have our beach park there. We allow them to do it, so
Yeah.
our responsibility is for the public safety.
That's gonna be a catch up there, so.
Well,
We already up to
that's not,
7,000.
that issue's not part of this request. This request is just to use the grounds for this show, this special show.
Well, it's down to,
So,
it's gonna be coming up sooner or later.
well, it might. If it comes up, it comes
Right.
up.
It's just right around the corner.
I know, well, it's not on the agenda,
It's
we
like
can't.
anything else, it comes with it. Everything else comes with it.
I know, but that's not part of this request.
It's not, but they need to understand.
We-
They need
Sure,
to
we'll-
understand that.
We will be working with our fire departments, everybody concerned, the safety side of it. It's just a approval to move forward.
And this is also being sponsored by the Wendell family, correct?
Yes. It is part of the Wendell Fireworks family event. So this is an additional date.
Mr. Benedum, you have a question?
I would recommend that if you approve this, it be on the condition that the Sky Island drone show provide to your executive director satisfactory proof of insurance.
They've already given us.
You have that already?
Yes.
Included.
Yes.
She says we have that already.
We've got that, we've got the flight plan as well. We've already got that in hand, so.
FAA approval, everything.
Oh, that's what they say on here.
Yeah,
You know, everything's set in.
okay.
Let's hope for calmer winds than today.
Yes, sir.
Well, this is always depending on weather. Very good. Any other comments from commissioners?
It's well done. I make a motion we approve as presented.
I'll second that motion. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right, very good. Moving on. Item 5, presentation and possible approval of actions relating to Concho Street drainage and Little Bay circulation from ACND Drainage Engineer David Balmos. David, your turn.
Good morning. We have the presentation pulling up.
There we go.
Hey,
That it, sir.
Do the other one. This is little bay circulation. Let's start with Concho.
Your turn.
That one there, sir?
Yes. Okay. Mic is on. Thank you. So this is a discussion about the Concho project, and I think really bringing to conclusion so many of the elements we've been talking about for the past 18 months or so. What I'm going to ask from the board at the end of this presentation is direction on which option the ACND would prefer to install for water quality treatment of the Concho outfall. So to start with, backing up a little bit, the Concho drainage area is about 185 acres that outfalls into Rockport Harbor. There is the lower drain field, which is this drainage area 2, and then there's the upper drain field, which is about 116 acres west and north of Business 35. Go to the next slide. That upper drain field of Concho was previously not connected, and it was the connection by the city of that upper drain field that resulted in significant additional drainage into Rockport Harbor. Mm-hmm. Now, the city is addressing the water quality issue in that upper drain field, and that's what I want to show you right now. This is some of the plans from the city. So, I'm going to come over here and point. This is Business 35, right here. Concho Street going towards Rockport Harbor is right here. So the upper drain field is located here. What the city is proposing, they're installing several different storm sewer systems to improve drainage in these neighborhoods and along these streets. But what I want to focus on is the stormwater quality pond that they're installing just west of Business 35. Go to the next slide. So they're going to construct a water quality pond at this low area that exists today. It'll pick up all the drainage from the upper 116 acres, route through the pond, and then it'll outfall. Go to the next slide. It'll come out and then connect to that box culvert that was built down Concho under Business 35. So it'll just kind of tie in to the back end of a junction box. So in this way, I feel confident that upper 116 acres is being dealt with from a water quality standpoint. Go to the next slide. Now, the county, Aransas County, engaged a consultant to evaluate options to treat water quality for the lower 85 acres. The first option, which I've presented to the board before, is to install a single mechanical box located here at the corner of Concho and Broadway. You go to the next slide. It'd kind of be located in that little grassy area, or perhaps out in the street. The exact location is to be determined. Go to the next slide. But this mechanical box looks something like this. The dimensions are about 10 feet wide by about 20 feet long. So it's a big box, right? About the size of this area right here. But what it does is it does an effective job of handling and treating all of the water for daily events, as well as captures trash. There's a trash clean out on the top. It needs to be maintained about once every couple of months with a vacuum truck that the city has access to and is able to do so. So that's option one. The second option, let's go to the next slide, that was developed, is an inlet by inlet treatment. So these are examples of the types of inlets that are within this lower 85 acre drain field. The curb inlets, the grate inlets, they're pipe openings, and basically the approach would be to install individual treatment systems at every single inlet. Go to the next slide. There are 26 inlets total, and each one's a little different, right? A water quality system for a grate inlet would be a little bit different than one for a curb inlet, but they're off the shelf, ready to install type systems. that when you add them all together, they'll be equally as efficient as the single box. So these are really the two options we're talking about. Go to the next slide and the last slide. So to compare these two options, one is a lot more expensive than the other in terms of upfront cost. We could install the 26 inlet treatment systems for anywhere between $50,000 to $100,000, and that ranges because some systems are intended to be maintained by hand, some are intended to be maintained by vacuum trucks, so it's kind of different systems and how they're cleaned on a regular basis. The other option, which would be to install that single box, is about $450,000 alone, just for the box. But it also really requires you to finish and complete the Concho box culvert system to the outfall of the harbor, which the boxes and the materials are already on hand and stacked across the street over here. It's really the labor and equipment necessary to dig and install them, and that's estimated by the city to be another $500,000. So those really need to go together in order to complete it. You could install those 26 inlet systems and walk away and be done with it. But the city does not have funds to complete that the remaining project. Now, if you ask me, and frankly, I've got the SMTC members on board with this, which one is the best option? It's the box, it's the single box. And mainly because of this long-term maintenance cost. When you stretch out and look at a 50-year duration of maintaining these systems, the maintenance for a single box is significantly less than trying to deal with 26 separate and individual systems. So my recommendation is that we pursue a grant to fund the construction of the single box treatment system, along with the funds necessary to complete the outfall to Rockport Harbor for the city.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Are you recommending that the district would pay for building, as through a grant if possible, building out the rest of the city's culvert system?
Yes.
But that would be done through a grant.
Yes.
Okay.
If we get it. If.
Well,
If we get it approved.
Describe how a grant would work with what's already got in hand with the city.
So a grant always requires some type of match. And sometimes it's cash, sometimes it's in-kind work, it can be overhead and administrative costs. In this case, because the city has already purchased the boxes that are on the ground, that would in effect be the match for the entire grant. And the value of those boxes is well north of $500,000. So the match for this, you would already have built in 33% of the total cost already,
That's in kind.
in kind,
okay.
yes.
So based on what you're saying then, if we pursue a grant, there would basically be no matching money.
There'd be
Zero for
no
us.
cash out of pocket, yes.
And the city's okay with waiting until we get that grant done in order to do this?
They are, and they're very grateful that ACND is willing to do this on their behalf, because they lost their funding, or they had the funding in place to build it, but when the project was stopped, the funds that they had available to build the project were depleted by paying delay claims to the contractor
Right.
until eventually the contract was canceled.
Gotcha. Okay, okay.
Under
Any-
agreement with the city, the district would provide the funds, but the city does the construction. Is that still your recommendation?
Ultimately, the city would build whichever option, right? So it's, in the agreement, the ILA that was put together, the funding responsibility is put onto the ACND, but the construction and maintenance responsibility is the city of Rockport.
Well, and we didn't know two things at the time of the outlet. This is gonna require renegotiation of the outlet,
Sure.
which is fine. We didn't know, number one, when the ILA was made, the situation with the Upper Greenfield, that project was as far along as it was, number one.
Mhm.
Number two, we didn't know that they would have to stop. And it makes sense at the time to conclude this, but we did not focus on the fact that they would have to stop the culvert project and that the culvert investment amounts to, as you estimate, roughly $500,000. So against a $1 million project, you've got a $500,000 match. How that accounting and responsibility works under the current ILA was not anticipated. Now, I think if you approve option one, it's with the direction to David, go back to the SMTC and commence discussion of a renegotiated ILA. Jerry and I will help with that, et cetera, et cetera. That's my thought.
Okay, so, and option one is the single box.
Yes.
I think that's the best one.
Yeah, and that's what the Stormwater Management Committee has, the technical
Yes.
committee has.
David,
Yes.
in terms of the operational effect of the two options, option two, the individual inlet boxes will treat what comes in only to those inlets which go in the lower, which doesn't provide any additional treatment for the water that's coming off of the upper.
That's correct. It relies completely on the effectiveness of the pond that they're building.
What's the design efficiency of the ponding system that you'll put on the upper?
It's 90% efficiency.
And so what is that 10%? What's in that 10%? It's volume, it's pollutants?
Yes.
Okay.
It's nutrients, it's anything, yes.
Yeah.
And so you would get an extra benefit of that treatment on the downstream end
Yeah,
with the
but-
single box.
So that 10%, I mean, it's efficiency of 10% is what it takes out. You still have all of the water coming down. And so under option one, it goes into the big box. Everything goes to the box.
Yes, correct.
And what's the box's efficiency?
It's 80%, which is as good as you can get with any mechanical system.
But is that efficiency decline as the box goes up? In other words, between maintenance, is there a
It works equally as efficient up to the point that it has to be, that it fills up. What's that?
It works until it doesn't.
It works until it doesn't, that's exactly right, yes.
Well,
Aren't the percentages mostly on flood conditions where it overrides it
So,
on both solutions, green and mechanical?
not exactly. So, these systems are designed to operate with, let's just call it, regular daily storm events, okay? In a major event, they're bypass systems, both in a natural system and in a mechanical system. Bypass systems where in a large event, this large volume of water will just simply bypass the system. And in that case, you're still going to get sediment coming down in those big events. But what we're talking about is trying to deal with something that over time aggregates and adds up. And so treating daily, low-volume events is how you really deal with the, over time, the nutrients and sediment that are transported.
And is it true that without it, that all builds up totally within the system and then the flood comes through it, pushes it
Flushes it
all
out.
through?
Sure, yeah.
okay.
Well, I have a question. So, we're having to remodify this because the additional 140-something acres or 80-something acres that they added to the
No.
system?
No, we've already always known about
Same
that.
plan.
No, we don't have to when you say modify this, what are you saying?
Modifying the box. We had originally started on Concho and 35, so now we're adding another box.
That was always part of the plan.
Okay.
So there was always part of the plan to connect that upstream system and tie it into the box that was built to 35.
Number two is, how secure are we with getting a grant? Is it an iffy or just possibility, or yes, we can? Evidently, you've done your research, right?
I have. We still have a grant in play with TCEQ. I've talked to them about modifying that original grant application to add in the completion of the city's system. At the time, we weren't selected for the grant because no grants were assigned, and that was due to the federal funds were in question at the time. And I think they're still kind of in limbo at the moment. But what she said is this summer, that should all be cleared up, and then they'll start running through the priorities and assigning these grants. And that if this project doesn't make the cutoff line because they've got so much money and they start knocking them off until this one hits, that there will be a second set of applications that will call for projects in September.
Okay.
And so from the TCEQ side, I feel optimistic that we have good conversations and the ability to get it funded. However, as a backup plan, you've got Jason Pinchback, who assures us that he's got the GLO in his hand. And
Disclaimer.
I do roll that comment back. I do roll that comment back, and I'm glad you laughed. But Jason is pursuing, and he's going to talk more about this, a series of grants with the GLO. And I don't know if this project is included, but we should. It should be included as that package. Yeah.
So the project that's proposed and discussed here is an eligible funded activity under the CNP Project Special Merit, as well as their other competition. If we wanted to squeeze, I think we could squeeze it and get it incorporated. It won't be in today's presentation, but we'll identify where it can be added if we want to add this component to the grant application.
Okay.
And there's also the Water Development Board has grant opportunities.
Texas Water Development Board has opportunities, so we have a lot of sticks in the fire and options to approach this.
Well, I would think it also, since we are partnering with the city on this in a sense, that even gives us better credibility and better opportunity.
It most certainly
A greater
does.
opportunity to be
Yes.
chosen, okay.
And we will be applying for these grants. The district's leading the way. The project is on city property. And I just heard that kind of makes it all better, but does it put any hurdles as far as getting it done? If we're not, obviously it does if we're not on the same page, but if everybody's on the same page supporting the same project, are there any issues that we have to address with it being a multi-jurisdictional situation?
No, because at the end of the day, the city will take the lead to construct it, right?
Yeah.
And all they need is
That's-
ACND's permission to build into the property and outfall to the harbor.
That's basically what our ILA says, is that we would search for, provide funds, find the funds, and the city would take charge of the
Yes.
construction. That's been there all, correct? That's all along has been there.
For a motion?
So, but what we need now just is a motion to accept either option one or option two. Option one already has the approval of the Stormwater Management Technical Committee.
We haven't made an official recommendation yet. I wanted to know where the board sits and
Okay.
where you're interested in taking this, so that when I go back, I'm speaking on behalf of the ACND and say, this is the option that we want to move forward with.
Okay.
I make a motion that we accept option number one and proceed with that project.
Okay, I will second that. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Now you know.
Nice job, David.
Good. Good progress on that. I know. But this is an,
Jerry got something to say.
oh, I'm sorry, Jerry. Mr.
This is the next presentation.
Oh,
Who's up on the screen too?
The wording of that motion troubles me just a little bit,
Okay.
because you included the phrase "and proceed with the project." And the world doesn't know what that means exactly.
How would you like to correct that?
Well, I think the intent of the motion was to state that it's the preference of the ACND to work towards implementation of option one.
would you like to reword that? We can revote?
Something like that.
Yes,
Is that-
To move the project
Yes.
forward
yes.
Yeah.
instead of proceed with the project?
With
Well,
box,
I'm saying you would see with the project, I mean, the project is from here to the end,
Right.
including, reestablishing the grass on top of the construction, so, trying to just limit it to what we actually are trying to do today.
Let's move the project forward.
So, but the motion is that our preference is for option one for this to go forward.
Correct.
Oh, is that?
And authorize David to
And-
communicate that to the SMTC. They officially accept it,
Yeah.
then you take formal action. I think that's what you're saying, Jerry.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff to be done between here and then.
Okay,
Moving the
try it again.
project forward, but.
Go for
yeah,
it again.
I will rephrase my motion to recommend option one to the Stormwater Technical Committee to be moved forward and proceed.
And have
That's
David
clean.
Belmos move forward for us. Okay.
That's a rep.
Okay, I will second that again. All in favor?
Aye. Thank you, Jerry.
Any opposed? Okay, good. Are we copacetic now? Good.
Okay. Let's start with these 4 drawings, and they're kind of in the order that I gave them to you, Janine.
Is that right, Dave?
Yes. No. The 4 PDFs that I put on that flash drive, that way everybody can see what we're talking about.
This one? Yep.
That's it. Okay. So, this discussion is about the Little Bay circulation, and I've done an analysis of a couple of options and then sub-options behind that. And I want to kind of talk through these with you and ultimately ask the board which option you prefer to move forward with. And this is important for timing purposes because this feeds into the grant application that Jason's working on. So we can't carry 2 options forward much longer. There's a decision that needs to be made so that he can finalize the numbers. So the Little Bay Circulation Project is intended to improve water quality in Little Bay by adding a new cut, a new opening on the south end of the bay. One option is to connect with an open channel, a 40-foot wide channel from the south end of Little Bay directly into Rockport Harbor. Go to the next slide, Janine, the next drawing. It looks like this.
Wait a minute, Dave,
I know.
got it.
Thank you.
In order to do an open channel, it will require a bridge over that channel. Now, this option, the way that it's shown right now, allows for navigability of small boats from Little Bay into Rockport Harbor. And that's why this profile shows a bridge that kind of goes up and over, and you see these pink areas. That's how much would have to be reconstructed to do so. Now, we'll tell you that in order to reduce costs, if navigability were not an important feature of this, we could significantly lower that profile down, still build a bridge, but it would really reduce the amount of cost necessary to reconstruct a lot of the paving and everything. You just wouldn't be able to run boats through there, which it's not really the purpose of this, right? It's to move water and improve circulation. So keep that in mind, and I'm going to come back and discuss the comparison of the open channel versus a box culvert option at the very end. So this doesn't have to be navigable. We can drop that profile down, still span it with a bridge, which is frankly a lot more affordable than boxes, but I'm going to talk through that next option. So go to this drawing, Janine. So this option is different both in terms of the elements used, and that it's box culverts instead of a bridge, also the location of it. So the location of this one connects the south end of Little Bay to the bulkhead right out here, to the breakwater out here. By using box culverts, it allows you to build these box culverts not just across the entrance to the beach, but also across the parking lot. It would also require a crossing through the breakwater out here so that you could continue to, pedestrians could continue to use it. All right, go to the next one. And the last one, last drawing, then I'll kind of get into this presentation. So to kind of show you what that looks like in profile view, you'd have culverts underneath the paving, 3 8x10 or 10x8 culverts, and then transitioning to the 40-foot wide channel across the sandy area here, and then out falling into Little Bay on the north end, and then culverts underneath the breakwater again, so you can continue to use the pedestrian access. All right, now let's go to the presentation. You have two options. One is a channel, 40-foot wide channel with a bridge. The other option is 3 culverts. Next slide. Okay. So I did a lot of analysis using the Mott McDonald study as a basis, which identified the need to improve circulation and for the health of Little Bay in the south end. And I also wanted to determine what the risks were for normal tidal daily events versus extreme events. And so basically did an analysis of what would happen for various tidal or storm surge events, what would that mean for velocity and the structural integrity of this cut and system. Also, how effective is it in moving water in and out of the bay? And so what's shown is different events for a 1-foot head differential, 2-foot head differential, 3-foot head differential. What I mean by that is if the bay is 1 foot higher on the south end than Little Bay, that difference, how much water is going to move through there, right? And frankly, 1 foot is kind of an extreme scenario in and of itself. It's going to be less than that. You'll have less difference in water elevation than 1 foot, but it is an extreme event to look at. In that 1 foot head differential, the box culverts will move about 1,400 cubic feet per second. That 40-foot wide channel will move 50% more water, about 2,100 cubic feet per second. And just for the sake of what does that mean? It means over a period of 3 hours with the box culverts, you could raise the elevation of Little Bay 1 foot. If it were a 40-foot wide channel, it would take 2 hours to raise Little Bay 1 foot. at this rate. So it's moving a lot of water. Fact is, you'll almost never reach those extremes in terms of velocities and total volume, which tells me that these systems, and I got to think about erosion and scouring and how do we protect that. These systems will work without the fear of erosion, or there are certain protections we can put in place basically that would make these work. The channel does move a lot more water, and it moves it more slowly. Also, what we could do is consider, instead of box culverts across the parking lot, so if we take this option 2 that shows boxes, we could make this an open channel and bridge over it instead of box culverts. So I don't have costs run for that, but I just want you to keep that in mind. All right, let's go to the next slide. In terms of costs, just go to the next slide. I like that one better anyway.
That one?
No, that one. Oh, no, go ahead. Go back to where you were. I thought I had to replace this. So, thank you. Generally speaking, that bridge option is about $8.5 million. The box culvert option is about $5.5 million. That's mainly because of the length. The length to get to Rockport Harbor is why that option is so much more expensive. I think option 2, that $5.5 million it's less expensive because it's shorter. And I believe that if you replace those box culverts with a bridge, it would actually bring the cost down. And be more effective in terms of moving water, because it'd be a 40-foot wide channel throughout the entire length. So go to the last slide. So there are pluses and minuses with each. The option 1 with the bridge, it does move more water with that open channel. The cost is more. There is a potential economic benefit if navigation were an important part of this. Economic benefit meaning boats could traverse from Little Bay through the harbor, through the future waterfront development. A drawback is there will be loss of revenue from loss of boat slips if that connection were made into the harbor.
There's also more boat traffic all along that whole channel, that whole section of the harbor,
Yes,
which means those slips will be less desirable.
yes. I do think a serious risk to consider is that would introduce the potential of sediment being deposited into the harbor, which is something we have fought against for quite a while now. Now, the box culvert, or let's just say the box culvert option, it moves about, a little bit less water, the cost is less. There wouldn't be any change to the operations of the harbor, and personally, I think that's, I think that option, whether it's a box culvert or we do the open channel with bridges, is probably what I would recommend, but I'm really looking for your feedback and questions at this point.
I did look at this overnight, and where have you calculated the cost of locating and moving all the utilities in each of these locations?
So I've got that wrapped up into that big number called 30% contingency.
Okay.
Because I didn't go through and identify every utility. And there are several. There's water lines, there's power lines,
Oh, there's a lot,
sewer line.
an awful lot. So, I guess my biggest concern, which is the same as it was when we looked at this before, is this single bridge that you have, which routes basically all the traffic that's going to go down to the aquarium and the aquarium education center and that part of the I mean, that traffic flow would work great in February, but not so great in January, I'm sorry, in July, when we have the busiest time of the year on that whole property. I just don't see that as I think we'd have to have at least one other bridge, maybe two.
Well, you can't, the bridge that going across the Little Bay is gonna be too much of the hill, because the elevation on the top of the bridge is plus 0.00, and then on the bottom of that is -8. Within a short distance, you're gonna climb up 8 feet. That ain't gonna jive, because the 18-wheelers or any truck coming in, they're gonna have to climb very, very steep to get into that bridge. That's the option there is no for me, because there's too much work, too much money. My option number 2 is the better. I like that better. That's me.
That's my preference. Let's start at this end. We started down there before,
Me?
Tommy?
Where are maintenance costs put into this? And I also have concern you're bottlenecking into culverts a wider channel, and these channels have sand bottom. It's just, okay. So the only concrete would be those culverts. So there's two things, maintenance and the sedimentation. And on the sedimentation, that's my biggest concern on the channel going into the harbor, obviously, is a big deal. And what is the potential there, and have we taken anything into account?
So I like the box culvert option in terms of maintenance, because where you're going to see the sediment deposit and sediment transport is going to be at the ends of the culverts.
Yeah.
And that's contained within this channel, basically, from land, as opposed to at your ends, which would be Little Bay and Aransas Bay. So you could, what you would find is these are the points where you would get sediment collected. Much easier to maintain and deal with within the channel from the land as opposed to out here. So what happens is your velocities are going to be high at the culvert ends. As soon as it flares out into that channel, it's going to slow down. And that's where they're going to settle, as opposed to pushing all the way out into the bay.
So into the open channel.
Correct.
And that velocity increase could very well keep those culverts clean.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, the other thing is that the one that goes from the bay into the harbor actually is at a southwest angle, whereas this is due north-south, pretty much.
It's in line with the prevailing winds.
Yeah. So, moving down? Questions? Yes?
I've not heard
We're working this
anybody mention the water quality in the marina, given that we're trying to clean up and make the water quality better in Little Bay. We all know what people who live on their boats do with their boats. I just have a feeling that that could make it worse, or at least at this point, we don't know. So I think that option 1 for me is out. Option 2 is what I can support.
Martin? Mr. DeLeon?
Yep. Yeah, I feel the same way. Option 1 would definitely be out. Option 2 is more feasible for me, but I have a question for you. Any of these options have any of the dredging in the Little Bay being done? Because I know
Yes.
that's what it needs. It's been
Yeah.
several years since the dredging has happened, and I know it's not deep enough, and maybe the dredging would help the circulation also with it. Can that be also included in this grant if we do get a grant for this thing?
So, you've got several questions in there, so I'm going to start with this.
Always.
In order to make this work, you do have to dredge, but the amount of dredge is only about 100 feet from the existing shore. Because that's when you hit elevation -6 or lower, right?
Yeah.
So, and the total volume of that dredge is somewhere in the range of 500 cubic yards, so it's not a large volume. And that's what's necessary to open this thing up and make it work. No dredging is required over here, it's already deep enough. So that's the answer to your first question.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the whole circulation of Little Bay from that end to this end.
That's a completely different scenario than this cut. And dredging, and that's a complicated process to permit that type of dredging operation.
I
We'll
think that's
talk
something-
about it a little bit later, but the only place I think we're gonna be able to get dredge money is from Tech Stop.
Again,
Yeah.
So that's a different pot, and you're right on your statement on that. But as far as the CMP money paying for this one tranche we're going for, and we may have to go for others, but as far as the CMP funding, that this is what we would get from it. Correct?
Correct.
I do have one other question. For years, we've talked about doing this kind of thing, only it was going to be farther east, down closer to the booths, which would have made it more of a southeast angle. Is there any reason why you didn't consider that?
Well, I'm not sure, I haven't seen what you're talking about. The Mott McDonald study was basically this alignment exactly.
That's this one, right.
Yeah.
I mean, I can see more problems with that other one as far as sedimentation and everything.
You go farther down, it's gonna get a lot of erosion. It will wash it inside the bay a lot faster.
Well, that's, yeah, that's what I just said.
This
I
is
think-
more safer the way.
No, I agree. I like the idea of coming there, at least on the south end, it's connecting right there through that's a bulkhead there, existing bulkhead, correct?
Yes.
So,
Cost benefits and a lack of disruption in the public and access to the beach definitely calls for option number 2, so.
I think so.
I'll make a motion that we move forward with option number 2, if everybody's good
We have
with
a
it.
motion?
Chairman, may I ask a question?
I'm sorry.
here you go.
David, with regard to the flow rates, your analysis is looking at the maximum. What's the most, is the need for additional circulation
Oh, I have to look
in
on
the
my computer.
ocean related mostly to the ordinary situation and not to the maximum?
Sure, I mean, I looked at the ordinary situation very closely.
And
Yeah.
so, on just a day-to-day, ordinary sort of circulation, is there really much significant difference between the box culvert and the open channel method?
No, there's not. Yeah, at that point, when you talk about daily operations, it's really going to come down to upfront cost, what it's going to, which one is the most feasible to construct, and then long-term maintenance. And really, that's looking at how that sediment transport is affected by each option.
So on a day-to-day basis, probably 90% of the days, the box culvert system will be just as effective as the open channel.
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay. Yeah. Janine and I were the only ones that we'll get it to you. Okay.
I
All right.
may I ask one more question? In
Yes.
terms of liability, public risk of injury for public who might be in that area, do you have any information on the history or experience of the open channel with regard to liability?
Sure. So it's going to be water just like anywhere else, right? You can walk around the waterfront right here and jump in the water or fall in the water if you like, right? I don't believe safety is an issue because the height of the ground to the water surface is going to be anywhere from 3 feet to 4 feet, okay? And if, depending on how we construct it, we can either lay those slopes back real gentle where you could actually walk down to the water's edge, or we could construct it vertically and just put rails, just like the bulkhead out here.
Okay.
Do you truly see the need for rails?
I don't.
I don't either.
It's just like
Harbor, right.
just like
It's like the harbor.
Fulton, the water break.
Yeah.
There's no rail.
So considering, so now that it sounds like we're all in on option 2,
Yep.
do you have a preference on a recommendation, whether it would be as much open channel as possible or over box culverts?
Right now, I like the box culvert option. And
Pardon?
I like the box culvert option.
Okay,
And the reason is, from a maintenance standpoint, you don't have to do anything to maintain box culverts. Bridges, you need to pay attention to, especially in saltwater conditions. So boxes, you put them in, walk away.
You're talking about degradation, okay.
yeah.
So the box, you're gonna box the whole thing
Not the whole thing, just underneath the pavement,
with the road at.
yeah.
Okay.
And was that your question, Judy, on the, as far as putting more culverts in versus?
Yeah, I just wanted to
Open
see,
channel.
get his, I wanted to clarify, because all of this that we've had discussions about, so everybody's on board. So, all right. So you made a motion?
Motion to
Okay. I will
move
second
forward
that.
with option
You
2.
want to restate that, please, so everybody understands?
Make the motion that we move forward with option 2, going forward as far as circulation channel.
Okay. I'll second that. Jerry? Again,
For clarification again, David, what is the next step when they say move forward? What does that mean?
Jason, Jason's
Get that on
gonna,
the next item.
Jason's gonna talk about it.
All right, the next option is to find money.
Yes, sir.
yes.
Is there more design work to be done before that step, or you have as much design work as you need in order to go forward with the?
So what Jason's gonna talk about is getting funding to pay for the design. And that's the next step.
I think his question was, do we need more design to move forward with?
No, I have everything that I need to feed the application.
Okay.
So what kind of motion do we need, if anything, at this stage? Or do we need a motion when we get to Jason's part?
No, but I think this motion's appropriate. We know that we want to go forward with option 2. That way I can tailor the information to feed to Jason, and then there may be a separate motion associated with Jason's activity.
And I think what maybe you're thinking, and in my mind, do we want to move forward with a circulation channel as part of our Little Bay restoration program? So we're saying yes or no, we want to move forward with the circulation channel, and this is the option that we would go with if we want to move it forward.
Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah, I think that's better. It does put to the point what you're actually deciding.
And is everybody good doing this in one motion, i.e.
I would.
you don't want to?
Let's, yes, I think so.
Okay, so
Please,
let me
reformulate
try
it.
to reformulate the motion. I make a motion that we continue to move forward with the option of a circulation channel, and we use your option number 2 presented as part of the restoration of Little Bay.
Is that, all right, I will, again, second that motion. Everybody understand it?
Yes.
All right, good. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
All right.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, David, good work.
Yes. This is the closest we've been in
30 years.
Moving forward.
many years, many years. Okay. Consider possible action on items relating to an update on the Little Bay Restoration GLO CMP grant process by Jason Pinchback.
Howdy, good morning.
Good morning, Jason.
Thank you for having me today. We'll share some information about the current status. I'll be seeking some recommendations and support for moving forward with the application. And next slide, please. Just to revisit a little bit on timeline. There we go. So last month, you all voted to approve us pursuing a grant application, so we've been doing that feverishly. At this point, we're down to about the last 12 days or so before the applications are due. So we're in the finalizing component of that and incorporating the new information just voted on as well. So they're actually due June 3rd, but I want to submit them June 1st because sometimes there's technical glitch or a snafu that needs correction. And so then we would potentially expect to hear back from the GLO on a funding award around September of this year. If that's the case, then we enter contract negotiations from October through January and then execute a contract once both parties are agreeable. At that point, we would have in the spring an executed contract, and then ideally, if we have enough information available in April, we would then be pursuing implementation grant funding. That's a big if. A lot of things need to happen to make that happen. Next slide, please. I wanted to bring this up right now because it impacts what we're wanting to do. And the GLO issued new guidance in 2026. In prior years, they were accepting applications to go through the design, permitting, engineering, and all A to Z to get us shovel ready, including construction. They've altered the policy this year due to a lot of different administrative reasons and on-the-ground logistics. So they're not accepting full applications from A to Z to go to constructing. So I was hoping to be able to deliver a grant project that takes us from A to Z. And so what they've outlined here is a 4-phased approach. I think we can cut that down into 2 phases with the construction after that, or at least combine 1 and 2, which is feasibility study, alternatives analysis, continue with the preliminary design that I think may be fairly well baked out, and then enter into the permitting discussion and get as far down the permitting road as we can. That's part of the consideration of GLO and having hesitancy in issuing construction dollars due to long permitting delays in the process. Next slide, please. So what we're seeking funding for today is feasibility, alternatives analysis, anything that related for environmental analysis, preliminary design and engineering, and then permitting coordination as well as getting us 1 step closer to implementation readiness. Next slide, please. All right, so back to what we're doing, and this is kind of picking up off the last page when we visited together. We talked about the various studies, what the studies were sharing, the conclusions of that. So what we're presenting here is for consideration of funding is a project that supports 2 different Texas Coastal Resiliency Master Plan projects. The one very specific to Little Bay, as well as the larger one specific to coastal non-point source pollution, what they call the Clean Coast Texas Project. So, and I'm going to share these in order of priority, and I'm going to seek your opinions and recommendation on priorities to make sure we're all in alignment. The first and key component is the circulation improvement in the top left quadrant, depicting what was just shared by Mr. Almos. The second project is shoreline erosion control, the living shoreline along the southwestern shoreline there. The third project is a constructed wetland at the mouth of Tule Creek. And then the fourth project is Rookery Island restoration and enhancement. So the concept of what we're presenting is a systems-based approach. There are numerous systems impacting Little Bay, numerous different drivers, sedimentation, nutrient eutrophication, and then amplified by the lack of current and movement and dilution. And so what we're presenting is 1, the linchpin is circulation improvement. Once that happens, that's going to help establish success for the other, the shoreline erosion, the wetland, and the Rookery Island all working together as a part of a treatment train. So we'll be treating nutrients, contaminants, various non-point source pollutants, and sediment loading through these various projects. And then existing water quality after that treatment would then be improved by the circulation cut enhancement. Next slide, thank you. So here is the budget table that is incorporating the different project elements. To get the cost estimates needed, I reached out to another local, well, they're working local, Half and Associates, to see if they'd be willing to provide some information for us in kind. And so they did, and so I was seeking cost information and the feasibility analysis, et cetera, that I covered just a second ago. So we have 3 different sections here presented. One is the circulation enhancement, project 1, sitting at a total of $694,500. Projects 2, 3, and 4, the related engineering and analysis needed to advance the project is a total of $653,000 and change. The next column over is related to some local project management. There is included a couple of items very specific for supplies, for some water quality data collection supplies, and what we'll need to do, I don't know if you recall, one of the other phases is follow-up effectiveness monitoring. So what we want to do is establish the baseline before we actually do the project, and then be able to do monitoring afterwards to assess the effectiveness of what we put in. This includes some laboratory analysis as well. So with the including, and what we have, the figure for circulation enhancement is what was just approved. And so the total of what would be sought under this current grant package as it's positioned would be about $1.5 million to get us significantly forward in the permitting and the construction process.
Could I ask you a question?
Yes,
So
ma'am.
that 1.5 million, would that be cash out of our pocket? Or is that,
So the way that the grant system works is cost or incurred, then a submittal package is sent in. It could be monthly, usually it's quarterly, kind of depending on how much the costs are. So payment will come out of pocket initially of perhaps out of ACNDs, and then you seek reimbursement on an ongoing basis throughout the duration of the project.
okay.
And that's after approval.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah. There's a lot of different uniform grant management standards, other things that we adhere to, make sure that we're not spending money on alcohol and roses, and that kind of stuff. And, well, those are actual examples.
Seriously?
Yes.
And their guidelines of the workshop.
Well, just one other note on this table is we have an indirect cost. They do cap how much indirect can be captured from the grants at $50,000 of each contract, and then that would be supporting indirect costs and efforts here at the Navigation District. And if we need to include some other funds, we have the liberty to do it here at this early stage.
Okay. Any questions, other questions at this point?
The CMP grants do not require matching funding, is that correct?
The CMP NOAA federal dollars are 60/40. What we're pursuing requires no match.
Okay.
By special merit.
Go for it. Get us the money you said, Dave said you were gonna get us.
Yes, sir.
Oh, pinch back, no.
If we go back to the slide with the cost.
Back to one slide, please.
Under project 1, you have a total of 694.5. How does that tie in with David's presentation we looked at?
That's consistent with the numbers he provided. David provided some breakout numbers associated with the components we're seeking funding for, and they're consistent in matchup.
Good.
Okay.
For the option of David's chose, right?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that it?
The only item I didn't cover on this budget table was related to travel, and there will be various travel needs, and this is mainly to support ACND staff for travel dollars in and around.
Okay.
To support the project as it moves forward.
Okay.
And I'm noticing here, because I did revise this morning, that my total under travel is minus 6,000, so it needs to say 8,000 just to account for the travel accommodations.
Okay.
That might be a bit steep, but I need to get a reference of how much it costs when folks go up to Austin to go meet and what those costs might be.
Yes, I noticed a fairly minor item that in the grant reimbursement, will there be typically any reimbursement available for travel
Yes, sir. Yeah, so, after the travel occurs, travel documentation will be presented as part of the reimbursement package, and then those funds will be returned once approved.
Okay.
Do you have anything else, Jerry, before we put, this to a motion? Let Dr. Moore put it to a motion?
Any questions?
I don't.
No.
Tommy?
Tommy, any other questions or comments?
I don't.
Are you sure?
I know, I was shocked.
Well, I've been
Okay.
involved the whole time, so it makes
You gonna make a motion?
a difference.
Yeah, you want to make that motion?
And I assume what the motion needs to be is we're establishing those priorities, which is 1, 2, 3, and 4, and to move forward with Jason presenting that in that format to the GLO for CMP funding.
Hello, Walter.
Does it sound,
Is that good?
Yes, sir.
does that meet with your, okay.
Can I second that motion?
You may second that motion, please.
Wow.
Absolutely.
You're
All
ready?
right.
Thank you.
If Jack don't say nothing, if you can.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second on the table. Yes.
It does occur to me, is there a grant writing component to that, and that what we're dealing with here?
In the cost estimate?
Yeah.
No, sir. There's no, grant writing component included within this.
Would there need to be, is there some cost that's going to be involved that we're not covering yet?
It's all included.
We already improved that with Jason to move forward and with his cost estimate.
Well, that's the point I'm trying to get to. Is this motion authorizing you basically to write a grant?
So,
I'm just trying to put it in terms that we typically deal with.
That was approved the last time, I think.
Yes,
Yeah.
we've already approved that and the budget.
I think you weren't here at that time.
so this motion, depending on how it's worded, would be to approve, me submitting this grant application package based on the information provided here to the GLO on behalf of the Ramsey County Navigation District.
That's your motion.
Absolutely.
And that was his
And the
motion.
reason I moved on the priorities, because they could be adjusted depending on the feelings of the GLO and the grant administrators. So now he has a feeling of what he can back off of if necessary. Okay, so we approved the priorities and approved pursuing the grants for these projects as
Okay.
presented.
So, everyone clear? All right. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Good.
This is exciting.
Good. Good work, guys, really and truly.
So I do have a couple of follow-up items I want to make sure to touch on.
Okay.
And so we've provided feedback, we've confirmed the project prioritization here, first, second, third, fourth. If you have any other feedback, please provide it. So there's two items here that I do need some assistance on. The last two bullets, I need to affirm legally that ACND does own the property here around the project areas where the circulation cut and the other three projects are going. And I'll need some easement determinations, and this is for the general land office. They're gonna wanna
Correct.
know, they wanna affirm this is public property and wanna have some idea of what kind of easement issues there may or may
They
not
always
be.
do.
And- Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's pretty simple because the two things on the patent and that property that came through the state, and the GLO. So that may be.
Well, if you have that handy, I'll reach out afterwards and I
Okay.
need to include that with supplemental materials.
And you also have, I think you've provided me with a grant letter proposal.
That should be in your packets.
Is that in our packets?
The support, letters of support.
Right.
Right.
Yes, ma'am, and so these are really important.
Yes.
We can submit up to 3, but we can include more than that if we have, if they want 3 ideally. And we're seeking ideally elected officials, we've been told hold more weight with the folks making the determination. And then after elected officials would be local necessary stakeholders, perhaps such as the city.
Okay.
Or even SMGC or the county in that matter.
Okay. And that's something we can take up at a later time then.
Well, we need the letters of support in about 12 days.
In about 12 days, okay.
And we can supply those to you.
Yes, if we have a template going, if it needs to be modified, I'll
Yeah.
get on that,
I-
revise as needed.
I'll look at that this evening.
You're on it.
And it's limit 3?
Yeah, you can have more if you have them, but
Oh.
3 is what we're aiming for.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so 3 is minimum.
Yes, ma'am.
We've done more in the past.
Oh, yeah.
I know, so.
And an avalanche of letters of support will do nothing but demonstrate success.
Okay.
And Pilot, can we come up with a press release that'll kind of explain what we would like from the general public as far as letters of support? When we went for the 3.5 million for the Tule Creek and the Clean Coast Texas program, we kind of overwhelmed y'all with letters of support from the public and people. So I would think we'd want to ask for those again.
There you go.
And
Yeah, there you go.
Is a press release the best way to ask for
We
that?
can talk
you
about
think?
that, we'll figure that out. Yeah,
So-
that's,
But I was under the impression you only could submit 3.
well, I was too, so I'm glad that's clarified.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we've got what they've done is they've made the application very concise, but we have a supplemental materials portal that we can then kind of stack it with some of these.
I was gonna say, if I recall, we kind of surprised everyone with the number of letters that we had in the past, the general public support, so we'll ramp that up again. All right. Thank you very much. You need anything else from us?
Not at this point.
Okay, good. Important meeting, thank you. Okay, item 7, deliberate and possible approval authorizing Commissioner Moore to work with CD&P to complete basic ACND port improvement master plan and TxDOT port mission plan project survey for next legislative session. The TxDOT survey is due June 7th, and that's Commissioner Moore.
Okay, the TxDOT Port Mission Plan Survey is a big program that they have been working on. They visited all 23 ports and
4 maybe.
navigation districts to find out what was going on. I think we gave them a real good idea, and they were pretty happy with what we gave. This Port Mission Survey is more of an application for projects that we would like to get done in preparation for what the Port Association and TxDOT will be going to the legislature, the 90th legislature, to approve funding for this. They have had meetings, they being the Port Association along with TxDOT, coming up with some numbers to have placeholders. This survey or application period is, I believe it's June 7 for this TxDOT application. One of the things that we do not have and have talked about and have not put into motion is a port improvement or capital improvement master plan. I am asking for, and I have started the draft, basically just addressing what each of our facilities need, i.e. Cove Harbor, stormwater, and bulkheading. We've done some engineering on that, and we have that to submit. Those are our big problems out there, as well as the South Cove Harbor pump station, lift station, wastewater facility. So that would go into our master plan. Those are the components of Cove Harbor at this point. Rockport Harbor would be our bulkhead. Little Bay, we'll just mainly the bulkheading and to complete our development there to be able to have transportation, i.e. marinas and support for navigation. Little Bay would include dredging of the channels that have been silted in from Hurricane Harvey and other stormwater. Today there are 2 marinas being planned. They're still floating out there pretty much big time, but to support the vessels that we need to definitely do navigation channels. The turning basin / ski basin is a very highly used facility. It has silted in from both sides. I have been making trips out there in the skimmer, and you can get within about 30 feet with 2.5 feet of draft, and these are with these high tides that we're having now. So what's happened there is not only is that channel silted in, it has been narrowed, which creates a safety hazard for the vessels utilizing our turning basin / ski basin. So those are the things that we would ask for. We would also include our environmental restoration plan in the master plan to do that. And then we moved to Fulton Harbor. The Fulton Harbor breakwater is insufficient. Today it has about 18 to 24 inches of freeboard with our average tide. That breakwater has either sunk or we have had seawater rise. Or both, absolutely. And of course, what I have noticed, and I drive by it almost every day, is the concrete is degrading rapidly. And
It's the concrete on the top.
on the bulkhead and the cap on the existing breakwater.
How old is that, do you know?
40s, 46, somewhere in there, same time. Fulton Harbor was formed, the district went to the landowners, said we'll dredge this and put a breakwater if you guys will lease your land to us, and we know the controversy that's come behind that. But what we will be protecting is our channel going into our main harbor to get that done. In my book, I think it needs to be risen 4 to 6 more feet to even give us any protection there in the storms and to have longevity. Once again, we did with FEMA mitigate some of that degradation with the rocks that were put there. But those are the main things that would be included in a basic master plan. The basic master plan would take in the engineering we've done, take in the concepts, maps, things like that, but just very, very basic so that we can move forward and say that we have something. I'd like CDMP to pipe in on that. My reason for wanting to do it with CDMP is they can do all the graphics and tie everything together, giving us more time and reducing time on staff and myself to get that done. So, and then to complete those projects in the master or in the port survey plan. And each one of those would be Cove Harbor, Rockport Harbor, and the Fulton Bulkhead, and Little Bay with dredging. And we have places to put that with the bird islands. So,
Okay,
any questions on the concept?
we have,
Well,
Just one really quick addition, Commissioner. I was going to say, given the June 7th timeline, we would probably try to come out with a draft for approval with the commissioners by June 1st, your next
Absolutely.
meeting as well.
And we can start those applications and just have them ready to hit go, just kind of like the CMP grants. It's refreshing to see something that simple and our ability to address it and address it quickly. But we would have it all and definitely come back in the first meeting for approval.
okay.
I came away from that meeting in your office, Tommy and Marco, with the memory that without a master plan in place, you're extremely limited on the grants that you could even apply for.
Yes, sir.
That's
And was that correct?
That's
in that
correct.
assumption?
That's
Okay.
correct.
Then that being said, I wholeheartedly support the idea of at least a basic master plan so we can be in compliance. We won't get to the first base without it.
That's correct.
And I think that's part of this recommendation, is just getting something, a basic version put together so that we can start chasing these types of, pursuing
Right.
these types of grants. And then, formalizing and creating a more defined master plan after that. But I think the goal here is we need something, as soon as possible now. And so I think that's what.
Can always be modified later.
Yeah, of course, it can always be added and modified and edited and so on and so forth. But
Yeah, it doesn't keep us from applying for grants, but it will definitely help in getting awarded grants.
Which is more important.
that's
Yes, that is the goal, actually.
And we got really good feedback from TxDOT Marine. One of the things, do we have a track record of completing things? The answer is yes. Do we have a track record of providing the services the way we should? The answer was yes. Do we have a track record of funding things ourselves to start the process going? The answer is yes. So I think we're looking really, really good to be able to at least get some of these covered. And I wouldn't be surprised if it's also a section by section, kind of like the CMP grants, design, and, you know, to fund all those. One of the biggest thing that I took away from that meeting with TxDOT was a little bit of money goes a long way in a smaller navigation district than it does in a great big port
Oh,
environment.
absolutely.
And so they're looking to make those investments.
How much staff time do you anticipate would be involved in this?
My plan is zero,
Zero?
just us and CD&D.
Is that a promise?
That's, yeah.
Will you be working with the LJA folks?
No, I don't see any reason at this point. We've got to move, we've got 2 weeks.
Okay,
So, yeah, it's real basic.
Motion, no second, or other?
Okay, wait, the other two, okay, do either
I'll
of you
let somebody
have,
else make them.
Paul, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I think so. Everybody talking about dredging around the ski basins, right?
Turning basin.
Turning
The turning
basin,
basin.
ski basin. I call ski basin back the day when I was arrived here. So anyway, everybody talking about dredging, but are y'all thinking about protect that island first before you start dredging?
Well, the protection will come afterwards, I think.
That's in the environmental part of the
Yeah.
plan, which is.
Well, I'm saying just-
But yes, that's in,
That'll be
that's in
part of that
what we just
project.
approved Jason to move forward on. Absolutely.
Gotta protect that island first before
Yeah.
you do anything else, because that's island, if you dredge it on both sides, that island's gonna be disappear.
Yes, sir. So part of the concept is take the excavated material from the circulation enhancement cut and then use that material to then build up the bar islands during the feasibility and alternatives analysis and design. We'll explore, does one particular site or another need to be armored or have some kind of a device or something in place to help protect it from future erosion down the line?
Got it. That's all I need.
I believe that most of the need is on the south and north ends, which is for the
It
winds.
don't matter, it'll be the whole.
Oh, it's the whole thing. Everything is sloughed off and it's,
Yeah, but those are the two most critical areas. Okay, Commissioner DeLeon,
Go to sleep.
are you awake? Go ahead, you have any questions on this?
I'm ready to go.
All right.
The only thing I was going to add, Commissioners, are in your question about LJA, the two guys that were going to assist with this. The only coordination there would be internal questions with them and consultation from them.
Okay.
Internally, just, formatting and maybe technical questions that
Okay.
we might have for them, but that would be the level of involvement. So it would just be internal between us and them.
Okay. And Mr.
Motion? Is there a motion?
Tommy, would you like to make that motion? Commissioner motion.
I'd like to make a motion that we put more work on Tommy and CD&D.
You asked.
And not on staff, absolutely. And allow us to pursue a basic 5-year master plan and submit the TxDOT Port Mission Survey Plan / application.
And you wanted to second that?
I'll second to that.
With final approval in the next meeting.
Okay. And,
Long did it.
well, all right. We have a motion, a second. On the table, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Are you awake? Aye, all right. Very good.
Thank you.
Move forward again. Moving along better than I thought. All right. Item A, discussion and possible action regarding approval of the financial audit 2023.
And I believe my name is attached to that.
It is.
Imagine my surprise when I came back from our little hill country cabin and found out that I'm going to present the 2023 audit, which would be great, except I haven't seen it yet. So, but I passed to Bob and have him go through the basic functions of it. I would say that I think an actual approval of it should wait until our next meeting, so we have time to develop questions. This audit took a long time to get to here, and I want to make it right.
This is the 2023 audit, correct?
23 audit, correct. Yes, sir. The status of the audit is that we have what I believe are the next to final draft prior to issuance, which I hope to have in the next day or two. At this point, the auditors need only final approval on what they call amendments management discussion and analysis section. Is there anything else we want to emphasize or de-emphasize? And we're reviewing that today.
Awesome.
And I would expect that this will all be complete and behind us shortly. And by shortly, I mean, I think you can put it on the next agenda for approval.
Okay, good, great.
Thank you.
And you want to talk about the plans for
Yes.
completing the 24 and 25?
So, we have, I've had conversations with Adamson, and subject to your approval, they've agreed to hold the line on costs going forward. They also told me they're coming in lower than their estimated cost for 2023 audit, but I haven't seen that final invoice yet, so I'm just relaying what they said. And assuming that you agree that Adamson can do the audit for the next years, we would move into the 2024 audit, beginning as soon as we sign off on today's final draft.
And you're planning to get both of those finished by the end of the year, correct?
That is the commitment I have from Adamson, that they will, assuming they get the information from us, then which we have to do.
Right.
They will complete the 2024 audit in a period of about 60 to 75 days, and then they'll roll straight into the 2025 audit and complete that in that time period, which should have everything caught up by the end of the year.
But that would be super.
Awesome.
Any questions on this? Very good, thank you very much. Okay, moving on, item 9, Executive Director's Report. Updates on projects and happenings on ACND properties, which may include but not be limited to construction improvements and conditions at Rockport Harbor, Cove Harbor, Fulton Harbor, the festival grounds of Rockport Beach, Little Bay, public restrooms, other ACND properties, and project status of grants and issues with existing leases. Given the length of this, and I know we're going to have a closed session, I have nothing today, which moves us on to item 10.
What?
I'm sorry, item 9, that's executive directors, I'm sorry. That's all right. Janine, I'm sorry. I just blow back.
Just say ta-da.
Yes, go.
This is our first meeting back in our building. We've got a couple things to tweak. So I've been on messaging furiously with our IT guys, they're monitoring today's meeting. We've also had an issue with tenants within the harbour having items on the docks. We request that tenants please keep their docks and piers clear. It's a safety issue as well as just a cleanliness issue. So we're dealing with that. We're also working with getting more bids regarding water wells. We're getting those through, as well as a few other bids for work that needs to be done on the palapas on the beach. So we are working through those, just to let everybody know. And that's
Okay.
it.
I'm going to say thank you for a terrific job on the building. It looks
It
wonderful.
was a team effort. It was definitely a team effort between our contractor, our commission, our ladies being patient with us, and
Yes.
everybody, the public being patient. It was definitely a team effort.
It looks like a great working space.
It is.
And the new layout is working well?
Yes, we are very appreciative of our space.
Okay, very good, very good. And then the next item is anyone else have questions?
I misspoke, and I have to come clean immediately. What I will need from staff for my project is the engineering for Cove Harbor, which was a grant that we applied for. It should be all in one place.
Oh.
The Rockport Harbor bulkhead, and possibly the marina, which is all in one package.
That was that FEMA project, right?
Correct. Well, no, that was the bulkhead. That was the only government help on that was the Texas Parks and Wildlife grant for transient slips. But we did the bulkhead and we presented a marina. We designed a
Okay.
marina. And so we'd like that. And then the last thing, Blevins Channel had some engineering done by Coast and Harbors, but those 3 engineering drawings.
Can
But
you
that's
send-
what I'll need. from
Can you
staff.
send?
Yeah. I just realized that is what I'll need, because unless you want me going in there and flying through the files.
No.
I do.
Do not touch her files.
Just wanted to present the option.
Okay, all right. Any other questions?
I have one. I don't know if I can address it. It's just in reference to the executive director position opening. We've had over 70 applicants. And Out of those 70, we've only had 2 that meet the qualifications. I feel that we need to readdress the title that we're looking for, because we're getting people that are Dairy Queen managers, dollar store managers,
Front desk hotel people.
front desk hotel. We've got real estate agents that are applying for this, and it's totally a waste of time. If we readdress this, we know what the position is here. We know what we're gonna hire. But the title means something as to what and who exactly is applying for this position. So, in my opinion, it needs to be addressed. Hold on, before you jump on it, just a minute, Judy. Harbor Master, parentheses, executive director. That tells them that it has to deal, their job has to deal with harbor master duties and their positions. To me, that's the simplest thing you can do to readdress this. I think we have another 15, 16 more applicants we gotta go through.
Yeah, the more came over the weekend, yes, we got.
What?
More came over the
More
weekend,
people?
yes.
Okay.
I would propose that instead of, well, you and I have discussed this, harbor master is a very specific one, very limited to person who manages things in and out of a harbor, whereas an executive, and harbor master does not exist in the legislation anymore. No other port uses it. Everyone uses either the term executive director or port director. And I understand your concern. What about we call it maritime executive director? Would that help?
Well, I'll weigh in, if not that I would ever say something different to you, but I'm going to.
Go ahead.
Our analysis of the people that are applying, quite frankly, we're getting a middle tier group of people who do not have the first level of experience for what this job would entail. We're getting hospitality workers, we're getting, a nice way to put it is people who run elderly retirement centers, we're getting hotel clerks. Seriously, we've gone through probably 40 resumes that would never have made any kind of cut. And so I think just regardless of what the legislature says, the executive director is viewed upon as any number of head jobs in any organization. So we need to find something that hopefully eliminates the people from applying who really have no chance. What have we've gone through, what'd you say, 70 applications?
70, and we only got 2.
But didn't we have the same problem before?
No.
No? But did we use the same title before?
We didn't have as big of a response at the, so. We're currently at we're over 70 right now, and then we've still got a more to review.
Yeah.
Jerry?
In your advertising, you have minimum qualifications.
We do, they don't read that, Jerry.
A lot
They don't
of
read
them,
that.
sounds like they just look at the title and say, yeah.
That's all they do, read the title and go for it.
What I noticed at our meetings with the Port Association is most of those directors are called port directors.
Many of them are called port director.
Port directors, most of them are port
We
directors.
could, I think we should say either maritime executive director or port executive director.
But if they're not gonna read the job requirements, then
Well, they're not. I mean, this is a higher, in the spring, you have people who are thinking, if I'm gonna change jobs, I'm gonna do it now so that I can get moved and get my kids settled in before school starts. So I think that's part of this, because last time we were looking in late
And
summer.
their work history is 1 year, 8 months, continuous, job after job after job, 1 year, 8 months. Those are the type of people we're getting.
Okay. Two gentlemen.
Yeah.
Bob?
Let me just say that this is a problem that everybody has, not just us, all right? Because the way that you search for a job these days, if you were searching for a job, is you set up some filters on somebody's job site, and anything that comes through with certain names, certain terms in it, you get popped out and people just automatically apply for jobs. It's not like it was when I was actually applying for jobs. And, I would sit there and I'd look and say, yes, this is a good fit, it's not a good fit. People just have a tendency to apply for stuff that they're not qualified for. And so that's part of it. The second thing is that I take some of the responsibility for that because I worked with Janine and Judy on, or Commissioner Lessig on the ad. And I will sit down this afternoon when this meeting is over with Janine. We'll see if we can work that out in a way that stops some people from applying just by eliminating some of the, what I'm going to call the general terms that might get picked up by filters. Yeah, I think that may help.
Okay, so that would help in the filtering process.
I think it would help in the filtering process, and I think the problem is, and I think everybody up there said it, people don't read this stuff.
No, they see the title.
It's all this filtered through a computer, and bam, this looks like something, let's apply. The idea is if you throw enough spaghetti at the wall, something will stick. And we're getting a lot of spaghetti thrown at our wall, and nothing's sticking.
We even had fishing guys apply.
You know, my guess is you've even had a cotton supply. You know, well, they're not qualified.
Is it true that our committee does have the, lack of a better word, power to help put some of these ideas to staff that may help as part of their committee?
I think so.
Yeah.
It's up to us.
We can't make a motion or do anything.
No, we can't.
They have
So,
the ability.
Jerry, you want to say something? Oh, go.
So one more time, and that is, anybody who has recommendations on that, get them to Janine, and I will work with her and we will go through there. Not that I can do anything magic over what she can do, but it is a second set of eyes to look at it.
Yeah.
And so any recommendations, I encourage you to pass on to Janine, so they're all in one place.
Well, I mean, one thing to remember is it's so much, I mean, you put your resume on and it's easy to send it out and send in that application by computer now, whereas.
That is the problem. Most of what you're getting is automatic responses.
Yeah.
I receive, because of what I do, I receive probably 10 emails a day from firms, from job boards or whatever, saying jobs you might be interested in. I'm not interested in any of them.
Yeah, well, I get that too.
The reality is that I can go in there, I can click, and I can attach a resume, and I can send it off, and it takes 4 minutes, and I don't know what the heck I'm actually applying to.
Yeah. And Jerry?
For me, the problem isn't on the invitation side because you might not be able to solve that. The problem is on the screening side. You're spending too much of your high-level talent screening some guy who is an elevator operator. They don't have that job anymore, do they?
That's what it's applying to this one.
And we don't have
And
the
so,
elevator.
maybe the frustration of your committee could be assuaged some by having somebody at a lower level, somebody who's understand, go through the checklist, and they say, this guy didn't have this, and they put it in the file. So the committee doesn't get bothered with those 30 applications that nobody would think were close.
70, not 30.
I think, really, Jerry, I think it's a little different than that. And I was on both initial committees, and in the first run, we got, how many reviews did we, how many interviews did we actually conduct? Wasn't it 6?
It was 5.
Five, we had 5 finalists.
Shortlisted, and there was about 36, between 36 and 38 actual applicants. This, we did not anticipate having this big of a number.
So for me, the frustration is not that we got 70 applicants that don't qualify, is we're not getting anybody that does. And so, and I don't know how to fix that, except that Mark came up with the idea of changing that first word, and that may not matter, but we know what we're getting with what we put out there to begin with.
I see it, excuse me, I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's right. I need to address this. We don't spend a whole lot of time on it. Generally speaking, it takes about 15 seconds for us to look at the verbiage that they put together and go, no, move on. So it's not that much of a burden. It's just I'm looking for the quality. We've definitely hammered the quantity.
I did look, Martin, I talked about the hiring a headhunter, if you will, And the problem, I did get a name from Vanessa Schroner, city manager, and I looked those up. And those types of headhunters, basically, they focus on cities and counties. So they really, I mean, we could get someone maybe in the city manager position, but I don't know. And then, so then I went back and I did a search with, using Maritime Executive Director, and that came back, and it was just like port directors, you know, they basically focus on big ports and also people who move lots of freight kinds of things. So it's, we're falling in that crack in between is the problem. So I don't know, I guess we try to talk about that after the meeting, maybe? Let the committee discuss that and see what they can come up with. So, okay.
We did already.
Pardon?
We already discussed it.
Perfect, let's.
Well, I know,
Let's
but
move on.
let's move on topic.
You don't love me.
Welcome.
Okay. Any other issues? Good. Okay, moving on, thank goodness. Any press questions?
Come on, man. Give me one.
Really?
For the grants that you guys are looking to apply, this is for Jason, over.
David,
Yeah, David, how much of that is dependent on the whims of the legislature come 2027?
This should not be interconnected at all.
Okay.
there's usually just an allocation of money, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
and this particular source is called Govisa, and so those have typically been under the sovereign decision-making.
Okay. Any other? That's it? All right.
By the way, your name's Lynn Hayward.
Yes, sir.
You're the new South Texas, what is it?
Rockport Pilot.
News?
Editor of the Rockport Pilot.
Yeah, with the South Texas.
Y'all are actually the South Texas News?
Yes, that's.
Did you leave a business card for everyone here?
I did, yes.
Okay, you should have, thank you. Okay, all right, with that having been said, we're finished through the public agenda. I'm going to declare that we are going to close this, take a quick break, and then we will meet in closed session afterwards. We do have 2 items after our closed meeting. Report from Bob Groh, Acuity CXO on special investigation of ACND accounting practices. And item 2, deliberate and possible action items related to stormwater drainage into waters within the ACND jurisdiction, including, and I don't know that we have any other action to take on that, but we might. So if you'd like us to call you to return after our close and listen to whatever else we have to say, particularly on the Mr. Rowe's report, please leave your name with Janine, or you may wait in the hallway, whichever you prefer. Having said that, let me now read our the commission will recess this open meeting and conduct a closed meeting pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act to conduct a private consultation with its attorney under section 551.071 of the Act, to deliberate regarding real property under section 551.072 of the Act, and to deliberate regarding personnel matters under section 551.074 of the Act. Specific subjects, among others, may include issues related to the executive director position, posting contracts for legal and related support services, and leases of real property. Following the closed meeting, the commission will reconvene into the open meeting, and we have no idea how long that will take. So with that,
Good afternoon. Welcome back to the continuation of we will reopen our public meeting. Thank you. Thank you. All right, we'll reopen our public meeting for the Monday, May 18th, in Ramsey County Navigation District. The continuation of our open meeting, we have 2 items. The first one is a housekeeping item or bookkeeping item, and we have a modification to make to item number 6 that we discussed earlier and approved in our agenda. Mr. Moore.
Yeah, we want to be sure to include the Orleans Street outfall retrofit into our CMP grant. So I make the motion to amend the approved, previously voted on item 6 to amend the note to include the grant submission to the GLO CMP to include a category for the Orleans outfall retrofit subject to ILA with the city and TxDOT.
Okay, I will second that motion. All in favor? Aye. All right, very good. And as an adjunct to that, item 2 in our I'm going to go a little out of order. Item 2, which is to deliberation and action items on drainage into waters. I believe we have another motion that you're going to make, Mr. Moore.
And I'll make that motion as well. I move that we notify the city of their violation of our stormwater ordinance in regard to the Orleans Street outfall.
Do I have a second on that?
I second it.
All right, we have a motion second. All in favor? Aye. Any?
I abstain.
You abstain.
Because of that deal I told you about with John.
Okay. All right, and we have 1 abstention. Okay, and then now we'll go back to the item number 1 on the continuation is a report from Bob Rowe, Acuity CXO on special investigation of ACND accounting practices. Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Blassick, thank you so much. As you all recall, sometime back in the end of February, you engaged Acuity CXO and me to perform an investigation into a statement that was issued by Ann Smith on or about November 11th of 2025. What you charged me with at that point was to take a look at the statements, the allegations that she made in that statement, and determine whether there was a basis for those allegations or whether they were essentially unfounded. Over the past 10 weeks or so, we have talked to all of the parties involved. We have reviewed work papers, we have reviewed files here, and we are now ready to make our report. I have distributed to you a copy of our report, which is about 24 pages long, and I'm happy to answer any questions about that when we're done. But if I can just give you a quick recap of what's in there. First of all, the statement made by Ann Smith says that the district at some point maintained 2 sets of books. We investigated that. Based on our investigation, we found that the district does not now have and never has had 2 sets of books. What the problem was that because of a certain portion of the records being kept in electronically and a certain portion of the records being kept on paper, it didn't make for a complete set of records. You had to put the 2 pieces together to get there. And so we believe that that statement is inaccurate, and we believe that it's due to a misunderstanding of Ms. Smith's part on how the system worked. The second thing that we looked at was that Ms. Smith made the allegation that the district responded fraudulently, her word, not mine, fraudulently to a public information request. We looked at the public information request. We looked behind that to see how the response was generated, and we determined that the request asked for information that the district just did not have available because of the first thing that I said. It asked for interim financial statements, and because of the way that the records were done, you only had true accrual basis financial statements at year end. As a result, in order to comply with that request, the district requested that Ms. McAlee, with Ms. Smith's assistance, prepare to the best of their ability the information to respond to that public information request. What we found is that they did that. They made a good faith effort to produce information that was otherwise unavailable from any source, and we find no wrongdoing in that. We believe that characterization as a fraudulent response is completely inaccurate. Next. There was an allegation that a district employee used a credit card for her personal purposes. We looked at that. We looked at all the records around that. And what we found there was that, yes, there was a former district employee who had stored her own credit card information within the system because she would buy stuff from Walmart, both for the district and for herself. That what occurred in there is that the charges did not always get applied to the proper credit card. An investigation was done several years ago, and that investigation resulted in money that was owed. And by the way, the district employee came to the district and explained that she had done that and requested the investigation. She reimbursed the district for that money. The district engaged Mr. Ozano back in 2024 to look at this issue. His report concluded that the misuse of the credit card was most likely just an inadvertent error. Ms. Smith agreed to that at that point, and we think this issue should have been closed and should not be raised by Ms. Smith or anybody else going forward. Next item that we looked at that's significant is Ms. Smith alleges that she made $2.7 million of corrections for fraud and other errors in the district's accounting system. When we looked at that, we found, first of all, that Ms. Smith double counted those adjustments that she made. There were not $2.7 million of adjustments. There were $1.35 million of adjustments. That happens because she counted, at every entry that's made, there's a debit and a credit. She counted both the debit and the credit. If I can explain it to you this way, if you failed to deposit $10 that came from a sale, and you now go back and you deposit that, you put money in cash and you record it as a sale, that's a $10 error. The way Ms. Smith calculated it was a $20 error. What we determined in there is that most of those adjustments were simply change in accounting policy or recognition of changes. For example, there were FEMA receivables that were not recorded. That's a difference, it's a change in accounting policy. There's no fraud involved in that. At the end of the day, when we went through it all, we found that the net effect of those adjustments was that the district's financial position improved by $900,000, indicating that there was no loss to the district. In fact, the district had underreported its income earlier, so there was no loss. So we found that claim to be misleading at best and most likely inaccurate. Then, and probably very importantly, Ms. Smith alleges that she was fired by a commissioner and that the commissioner didn't have the authority to do that. Well, we spoke to all the parties present when all of that happened, and we concluded that, first of all, Ms. Smith has never been fired by the district. But the message that was relayed to her on that date was that she was suspended while certain allegations were investigated. Ms. Smith was put on 2 weeks administrative leave, and I might add that was paid administrative leave, so she got paid for everything while the investigation was going. At the end of that time, the district determined that they were not going to take further action against her, and she was reinstated to work. But at the end of the day, she was not fired, she was placed on an administrative leave, and she was brought back. Last comment I want to make, and you can read the rest and ask questions, is that Ms. Smith indicates in there that she has been retaliated against and not treated fairly. We find that is not the case. Ms. Smith has been continuously employed by the district since approximately November of 2019. She has received promotions. She has received pay increases. We could find no indication that she's ever been denied a promotion or a pay increase or anything else. And so we find no evidence of retaliation. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the summary of the report. I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
Any questions from any commissioners?
Good.
Then, thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to be of service to you and look forward to continuing our relationship.
Thank you, and we appreciate your services tremendously. We hope this puts all of this matter to rest. I think that we should. Would someone like to make a motion to accept the results?
That we accept and approve your report to the district.
I will second that. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Cheers.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very, very much.
Appreciate your time.
And it's a matter of public interest. We will make this full report available to the public, probably starting sometime tomorrow. That's an administrative issue, but that will be our regular process, which is to send a written request. And
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
we also will be putting out a press release or a summation of about 1.5 pages of what Mr. Rose reports. So we have a motion to adjourn.
Second.
And a second. All in favor?